Dude, why are the cars so loud outside? Okay. So, from where we last left off, I think, and then where I left off after roughly 2 in-game hours of grinding. So, I decided to rearrange the party. Unfortunately, we're gonna abandon Noel again. Because, well, story-wise, we kind of have to. Dudley says that he needs to be there since he knows the layout of Orcus Tower. On top of him not trusting the arrest to the SSS, which... I mean, in all seriousness, we're still relatively new to the CPD, all things considered. So it hasn't even been a year. And Dudley's been a veteran in arresting criminals and investigating criminal cases and stuff. And given the gravity of the situation right now, we need to make sure that we do this properly. And we can't let President Croix get away with this, because even if we try to declare his presidency invalid, and marking his rule as an autocracy instead of a democracy and all that stuff. So, yeah, we need Dudley's professional help here. But also, what was it? I want to go back to the base real quick to show you guys what I've changed with everyone. So after doing a bit of grinding, also with the second special armor, I decided to get it on Ellie. Mainly because everyone else has decent defense. And I think I wanted to gear up the main 4. That being, you know, Lloyd, Ellie, Tio, and Randy. So since they'll always be with us, since they kind of have to be, no duh, I opted to skip over Dudley, Wazzy, and Noel. Risha still gets it because we're gonna keep her as our main evasion tank. And what other stuff I need to explain about what I've done off stream? Oh yeah, also in those 2 hours, not all of it was grinding. Although when you kind of look at it, like, less than 2 hours for 1 armor, not necessarily the worst thing ever. But again, if we look at the drop rate, we don't have the rate, but from what I've learned, and I know I explained this like in the intro, but I'll explain it here for the VOD whenever I do catch up on YouTube exports. So basically, the problem with trying to farm U materials in the finale as opposed to Shining Palms, right? Like, you look at Shining Palms, if I can find them. Okay, Shining Palm, U material, boom, done. So the problem with these enemies here, they also drop Tyrol bombs. So you might go under the assumption, because like at least in this game, you don't really feel like you need to grind for drops, right? So you might feel like, oh, then you should be able to get a ton of both of these, right? Wrong. You get a ton of one of them, and they more lean towards the Tyrol bomb given the rarity of the U materials. So by the time I finally reached about 60 U materials, they're all gone now, by the way, I have amassed more than 100 Tyrol bombs. More than 100. So if I were to like hazard a guess as to the drop rate just based on the drops I've gotten, again, no exact figures because I wasn't exactly recording that, I would say it's a 2 to 1. Every 2 Tyrols I get, I hopefully get 1 U material. So yeah, that's kind of why I decided to go back on what I said about going through the grind, because I didn't know what the drop tendencies were like until I've observed it over and over. So between the drops, like I said, it only picks one of the two. and more often than not, it takes the Tyrol. So I would need to spend a ridiculous amount of effort in order to get the amount I need for everyone, because you need 60 U materials, 50 for the cloth, 10 for the conversion. Which is kind of ass backwards, honestly. Like, why don't they just make it 60 U materials? Because why do you need the divine cloth if you just need 50 U materials, right? That's the one thing that really bugs me. Like, why isn't this like some kind of... Why isn't the character armor like super... Or was it... Why doesn't it require super specific drops like the T material that we've seen in the last game? Meaning, you know for sure you can only grab like up to 3 or however many based on like how the playthrough progresses and all that, right? Or if like New Game Plus bonuses will allow you to get more than you would in the first playthrough, I'd be fine with that. But now they're just making you just grind it out instead of going, hey, you managed to, you know, find the chest with this rare material, and there's only like 2 to 3 of them in a playthrough. Okay, pick your favorites or the people who need it the most and carry on. Here it's just like, oh yeah, we're gonna have you grind like 480 U materials for all of your party members. I'm like, you fucking what? So yeah, that's when I kind of decided maybe I should stop trying to farm this after getting 1 armor. And like I said, I got the 1 armor on Ellie, mainly because, again, out of the main 4, we'll always have them around, and we can kind of make do with... Also, wait, also I'm kind of torn on whether or not to have Kagamato Howdy on Lloyd for the extra evasion, because missing 150 defense is kind of big, as well as the 55 arts defense. I mean, 5 speed and 60% evasion is nothing to laugh about. And then, like, all things considered, it's definitely more than what Dudley has at 1300. Also, appreciate too. I don't know. I feel like I should probably do that. If anything, mainly for the speed. Hey Sarah, how you doing? Feels like they're padding game time, play time with that grind. But at the same time, seems unnecessary to do that. Oh yeah, like it's like in a way you can kind of, if you want to like look at it from a different angle, it's kind of like over the course of like grinding through the game, you should ideally have enough or close enough to getting 1, and that's how much they would want you to get normally. So I guess if you want to consider from that angle, it's like special armor you really need to make a choice on, or do an unreasonable grind for, which if you want to look at it from that angle, maybe I can understand it. So then, you know, you have this like most likely 1, maybe like 2 opportunities to pick the best armors for people out of the whole cast. So if you want to look at it like that, then maybe I'd be okay with it, because this game also incentivizes multiple playthroughs given the achievements here. Having to make a choice with this sounds good, but only 1 person. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, like, they also want you to do multiple playthroughs by getting the bond scenes per playthrough. And I thought that it would record. Oh wait. Oh wait. Actually, let me check something. Ooh. If we didn't know the stuff we knew about Pluralma Grass and also the actual barrier around Crossbell City, this looks amazing. Like the animated flowers and the particles just kind of like rising up at that. Zeit looking out in the distance and all that. The landscape pictures look really nice. Again, if only it was higher res, but then again, PSP port to PC with some voices here and there. But like, just look at this. Oh wait, no, we don't. No, we don't have the extras menu because we haven't beaten the game. Right. Huh. Kind of makes me wonder about whether or not I can go through the final Bond scenes with everyone that I could and save them separately so that the game can register this in the game's like overall progression tracker. I think that might be how it works. But yeah. But yeah, like I said before with like all the stuff down here, like you can only do one Bond per playthrough, like with the final Bond scene. So I think that's like 8 people. So this is like what was it? It's like flashbacks to the completionist trying to 100% Persona 5 and agonizing over going through the entire game for every single character's special like Bond scene and unique item or unique playthrough item. Instead of like however many there were in Persona 5 or 4 for that matter, or you know, just Persona in general, we have 8 here. Granted, you could replay the game on easy mode and just super turbo it. Which, speaking of which, I need to put this back down to 2. So maybe not that bad. And I mean, Persona has like their own turbo button, but there's still a lot of the game to go through in terms of things you can't really skip through. Or even ones you could turbo through, it still takes a while, just like Trails. So, oh boy. Yeah, F me if I'm ever, no, I will never try to 100% this game. Like, maybe if I got this game way back when, and I had a lot more free time on my hands to just like, oh, like I'm on the road or just doing something, oh, just grind some stuff out or turbo through part of the game since I'm running on New Game Plus mode. Okay, I'm done for like that 30 minutes to an hour. Okay, continue on about my day and repeat until 100% is done. Since I'm streaming this, fuck me if I'm gonna do that. It was already enough, like a big enough ordeal just trying to do the 100% for Trails from 0. So, woo! You guess it might make sense that this game was actually new? Didn't have many games following it now? Yeah, that's true. There's also that. Because, like, assuming you're following it release by release, then this is all you got. And to kind of tide people over, I guess, until the next game, so that, you know, let's say, like, they're assuming the average fan would keep it up from game to game, and they're kind of waiting for the next one. So while they're waiting for the next one, they can like kind of squeeze out all the little details and stuff as it feeds into, or potentially feeds into, the next game onwards, with like foreshadowing about certain things that will connect to Cold Steel onwards, or like references from minor NPCs who are in Crossbell or even from Liberl. And it's like, hey, it's like, what are you doing here? It's like, oh, we're from the Liberl Kingdom, and it's like you're in the middle of Cold Steel, and like it's like, wait, I remember those NPCs. You know, stuff like that. Like, in that way, I guess I could understand what they're also going for as well, with like how crazy grindy a lot of the stuff, or some of the end game stuff is, with like their armors and all this other stuff here. So, but since I'm in the position where I'm playing this now, with Cold Steels 1 through 4 now available, and also Hajimari no Kiseki, I believe in JP. So, yeah. Oh boy. Ain't got no time for that. But yeah, anyways, we're still in recap mode right now because I didn't go over everything yet. So I kind of went over everyone's equipment for the most part. So kind of got everyone the deep oshers and stuff that they need for the casters. Randy and Co have like Evergreen, the people who are the melee people. After a lot of internal debate over how to handle Dudley, because with his Orbit setup being 4-2, he has potential to scale decently as an attacker. Because if you look at his crafts, they're all physical based, as well as his Justice Hammer. So it doesn't scale on arch strength, so then I feel like we're never gonna see some of these crafts. That's a lot of games with many hours of playtime. Yeah, that's the massive behemoth that is playing the Trails series. Like how just for one playthrough for all the Trails games, like Trails. Actually, let me look at it in my Steam library again. Let's take a look again. Trails in the Sky, and we're looking at Steam hours, not in-game hours, because there might be a lot of time with restarts, reloads, or whatever else. Although there might be hours of AFKing depending on how much I grind and just had to leave the game on and get something. Okay, Trails in the Sky 1. 78 hours, or 70.6 hours. Trails in the Sky 2nd chapter. Oh boy. 167 hours. Rounding up 168 hours. That's just 2nd chapter. For first playthrough. Granted, I grinded a lot, but that's just 2nd chapter. Trails the 3rd. 90 hours. Or technically 91 if you want to round it up. Although some of that extra minutes, although that's just minutes, were from me reinstalling the game to show you guys Nielsen from the 3rd and his sudden appearance in Azure. Doubled it, yeah. And then we have Trails from 0, 120 hours for first playthrough, 200 for actually like 200 for like playthroughs 2 then 3. But then I could have cut it down if I actually remembered how that super text skip button worked. So I could have actually chunked down a couple hours. But even then, like, that'd still be 190-ish hours, which is a lot. And right now, we're nearing 130 just from me like sitting here grinding things out or just talking. As well as just doing everything I usually do in games. So given this, I would assume maybe 140, depending on how long it takes for the actual finale. So, ooh, I wonder how Cold Steel will be. Cold Steel 1, I imagine, wouldn't be that bad. 2 and onwards, as like, there's probably a lot of ways for Falcom to sneak in replayability with like new things that would come up or whatever New Game Plus like special things there'd be. Oh boy. Oh boy. But yeah, so as for everyone's court setup, I decided to put Keeper on Rishia, and she doesn't really have much in the way of spells. Also, I kind of dug into kind of like the finer details of how the spells scale in this game. We'll use Lloyd for an example. So, I mean, it's kind of obvious in a way, but they don't really detail it, which annoys me. So with a lot of the attack spells you have, they have a hidden attack multiplier or base attack value that scales and does whatever with its formula. So basically, when you have, let's say, you know, Firebolt to Crimson Ray, you know, Fireball, obviously the weak tier, so it wouldn't scale that hard. And Crimson Ray being the strongest I currently have available on one single target. And then you have stuff in between like this. So, apparently, the scaling between Magna Blaze and Flare Butterfly. Magna Blaze base power, 250. Flare Butterfly, 260. With a significantly increased cast time. I'm like, huh? It's like, you're telling, I mean, it makes sense in a way. You're using this to attack one specific enemy versus the similar, slightly stronger effect with many enemies. But I never knew about that. So I would really, like, if there's one thing that I'd appreciate going forward, I'm not sure if Cold Steel does it, but it's something that's bugged me since the first Trails game. Or maybe that didn't really necessarily bug me, but I guess overplaying it, I kind of wish they had the foresight to put this up. Why can't they just tell us, like, the base attack power, like, on the side here? You know, like, base attack, or base power 260, base power, what was it? I remember reading it up, it was like 340, 300 something for how crazy its scaling is. But then also the amount of cast delay would be much appreciated to let people know, instead of just trying to like fiddle with like flipping through all this, looking at the turn order on the side all the time. So then I was wondering why when I looked up like the Sigmund advice during chapter 4 after I did the fight, it's like, huh, how come they keep telling you to spam Sparkdine or Sparkdean? Again, I'm not sure if it's Dean or Dine. But I was like, huh, how come they keep telling you to spam this over like Thunder, Cyclone, or Ragnadorian, right? So for a significantly shorter cast time, it does just about as much damage as it would Thunder Cyclone, I think. Let me look that up again now that I bring this up. Because if we look at arts... Not gonna specify anything, but you looked at the how long to beat for the Cold Steel games. I'm gonna get the games done by Christmas, right? Right? Oh, fuck. Okay. I'll just go, like, list the thing over here. So, like, this is the thing on the guide I'm looking at. So, I really wish the game kind of tells you, like, how the scaling works. So I was like, huh, how can they tell you to spam Sparkdine? Oh. It's only 10 extra power given, you know, larger attack area. I could get them done by Christmas. But also, for just 10 extra power, we have 25% more increased cast time. So that's why they recommended, this is after the fight by the way, this is why they recommended spamming this over Thunder Cyclone and Ragnadorian. Because as impressive as the all AoE sizes, and the fact that it's 100 more compared to this, it's 50% more cast time and 400% more, or 4 times the EP cost. So in the amount of times, or was it? And also taking into account having to refill your EP in the middle of a fight, you're honestly better off just spamming these kind of spells. Or like this with Lord Inferno versus Crimson Ray. Like if you had to pick between the two, like, you know, Crimson Ray for, you know, bosses. But if cast time is an issue, then you would actually default to Magna Blaze. Because Magna Blaze is 250 compared to increasing it by another 500 at 100 extra EP for just 10 more over a larger area. Like, I really wish that they would tell you the base power so I'd actually know this beforehand. what I also didn't know was that Hydro Cannon and Diamond Dust are the exact same power, but Hydro Cannon is half the cast time. No, 2/3 the cast time of Diamond Dust, and Genesis Flood. Like, again, I really wish that we had the scaling like just in front of us, because like a lot of the times when I'm complaining about not being able to cast certain things or be pressured about what spells to cast and worrying about how much damage things do, like in terms of damage per turn, like stuff like Hydro Cannon, Magna Blaze, Sparkdyne, okay. Time is an exception because there's significant power gaps between each of these, so you can make an exception for that. This is the one I didn't really notice that I didn't catch. Gold Halo is actually weaker than Dark Matter. I'm like, huh? So you only want to use this for maintaining debuffs while doing some damage, but then once it goes beyond that, you're supposed to just spam Dark Matter, since that's your most cost-effective move. I'm like, I would have loved to know that, because there's so many fights where I was spamming Gold Halo where I could have killed things faster if I just had Dark Matter spam. And also with Last Disaster, like, I would probably neglect going for Reincarnation, given twice the cost for 25% more power versus being able to cast this twice. So overall, you get, like, if you're looking at like percentages, like this is like 150% versus like, or was it 150% over 2 turns versus like, actually no, how do I lay that out? But basically just more efficient because you're not wasting as much EP. You can cast this more often and get more damage done in a long period of time. For Burst, then I guess you want this in case like defense values are abnormally high, then you need something strong enough to overcome the defense, which, okay. But again, I wish we had this information. Reincarnation does have better area? Yes, it has better area, but the cost. And a lot of the times, like when it comes to these boss fights, I mean, like, it might depend if a boss has like one big body and several adds, I guess. But then we can just do Gold Halo and Dark Matter, for that matter. Yeah. But yeah. So I guess like time and space seem to be kind of the exceptions with this scaling, compared to, you know, Sparkdyne and so on and so forth. So today I learned, like when I was grinding earlier, I'm like while I was grinding out U materials, I want to break out the Minani, so I'm like, okay, let me go read up on the crafts and let's see what's up with that. And then I'm like, I didn't realize the difference was this minuscule. So it's so much more cost effective to use something like this, and, you know, similar mindset with all the other stuff here. But anyways, how you doing, Askel? So yeah, so I opted not to go for Ragnadorian on Ellie, and instead, oh wait, no, sorry, jumping ahead of myself. Okay, let's take this from the top. So Rishia, our dedicated dodge tank. You just woke up? I'm doing fine. Had a little nap before the stream, got some water, going over the recap episode right now. But yeah, I re-equipped Rishia, dodge tank, and she basically just slaps anything. The Keeper, Master Quartz, small AoE, or small AoE taunt permanently as a pass. Sorry. She has an AoE taunt passive at this point. So we're gonna make use of it by just trying to gear her up to be a dodge tank. Lloyd, I ended up giving him Chevalier, and EP cut 3 Saturn Bell for what was it? Adamantine Guard and being able to have another turn. So yeah, his spell list is pretty huge. And he has a lot of the power efficient spells. Spark Dine, Magna Blaze, Dark Matter. Was the guy at Titanus? I forget, was it Titanus or was it Titanus? Yeah, Titanus. For the strongest burst given the same cast time between Gorgon Breath and Titanus. So yeah, Lloyd's also going to be just pretty much like the all-rounder for the 4 main elements, as well as the party healer and buffer. I kind of feel like I pushed too many roles onto him, but that's kind of why... Or I don't know. He's just like the super all-rounder in this case for the team, so he's kind of staying here. Dudley, I made him the time god. Even though we just went over the whole thing about Lucifin Wing, but what the hell? People in their loud-ass cars. But yeah, I just had them purely specialized for the 3 higher elements, and yeah, he doesn't really have much in the way of flexibility. So we'll just make use of Criminal being able to crit with offensive arts. So when we have to do crazy big burst, we'll bust out Shadow Blade or Lucifin Wing depending on the situation. And also Dudley, we're mainly just gonna use him when needed as the party debuffer or buffer via crafts. So I don't think I'll be casting with him too often unless absolutely necessary, depending on like monster weaknesses and all that stuff. Okay, Ellie. I decided to put on Pixie for her, although I really wish I had leveled this up more for better scaling. So instead of going full wind, like we said earlier, I ended up going with Spark Dine and Thunder Cyclone since it ended up adding up like that with the addition of Jupiter Bell. And also squeezed in Hydro Cannon, Flare Butterfly, so we have different alternatives to work with depending on the situation. And also made Ellie the other party healer with Holy Breath, also Impassion, in case we need someone to apply CP regen for everyone, as well as Fortuna and all that. Oh yeah, also Lloyd, no, not Lloyd, oh no, it was Tio, yeah, Tio. So instead of making her fully specialized for water, we have up to Diamond Dust, we have Magna Blaze, and then we have her more focused on the Mirage side with up to Avalon Gate, and you know, Gold Halo, Dark Matter, and all that stuff. So we got some good things going here. Randy. So ignore this. He's never gonna cast an offensive spell. So he just has some basic buffs and heals and stuff if need be. Nothing too special. So his only main thing is that I pretty much put on all of the tanky and attack-based gems. You know, like extra HP, extra arts defense, evasion, speed to get his next turn more often, so on and so forth. And then cut back to Wazzy and Noelle here. So with Noelle, I actually ended up giving her Mars Bell so that she can play a bit more of the supporter slash debuffer role. So that she mainly be, or depending if she has to be in the fight, we have Adamantine Guard and Impassion to kind of keep up, you know, Craft Guard and CP regen depending on the situation, and Juggler for debuffs, even though we've seen the kind of endgame issue of debuff resistant enemies, but fuck it, I'll just do it. And funnily enough, I ran out of EP cuts. And I don't have enough, but thankfully EP cut 2 is just enough what I need for getting Impassion and Adamantine Guard, so I'm like, oh, sure. And Wazzy. Oh, did I actually make him super specialized in? Yeah, I actually ended up committing for this because it kind of happened to be like that anyways, given how much you get from Emblem to begin with. 10 space and 5. No, actually, time doesn't add into it. Since I really wanted to strengthen just how crazy Wazi's S-Craft is, because I looked at the scaling for Akashic Arm, it definitely is pretty much the strongest S-Craft out of everyone in the game. So given its crazy scaling, I decided to just add Mine 3. And because EP 3 to make sure I'd have enough EP to cast stuff, then by all that adding up together, I just ended up getting Reincarnation. So Wazi doesn't really have much in the way of like supportive or at least healing or anything like that. So his job is mainly just be the time, space, and mirage caster, and also Rune of Providence as well for max guard if need be. So depending on the situation, we could switch out Tio and just leave in Wazi, so we have someone that gives us max guard on demand. Granted, it's not available via S-Break as opposed to Zero Field, so that's kind of the trade-off here. But yeah, that's kind of how I've set up everyone's orbments at this point in the game. I don't think I'll be too flexible until I hit certain fights that would force me to go certain compositions, and I kind of just give everyone their dedicated roles for the remainder of the game, pretty much. So yeah, that's about it. Okay, now that we're done recapping, let's get going. Alright, let me mark this as well. Let's see. Also decided to split up everyone's formation like this. Actually, should I just do this instead? Nah. So that way, after everyone gets their moves off or whatever for, like, let's say their first turn cast, then Ellie can actually strike Bell Dudley, and all these guys who had their turns pushed up, I mean. So that's kind of the idea or composition that I'm going with these guys. So Ellie should be slow enough compared to everyone else so that everyone can get their first turn done after the turn push. And yeah, we'll see how things go from here and how all this falls apart depending on who or what we encounter going forward. Okay. Recap episode done. Let's just make progress tonight. And I've triple checked. No more missables. At least like in this segment. There's still some things we have left to get. I haven't looked up where, but we're still missing recipe for this dish and for this one. So we'll have to find out how we get them. Huh. Oh yeah, I rewinded and we didn't get this cutscene in this save file. Right. Okay. It's a good thing our car's still here. It's still in one piece. If I remember correctly, it was Croix that arranged for this car in the first place, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Ironic when you think about it. Hey, who cares? This girl's still a member of the SSS too. Let's hop in and make sure she still starts. Good thinking. Oh yeah, Noelle's not here driving the car. Oh, it's Lloyd driving. I thought it'd be... Actually, I don't think it'd be right for Dudley to drive the SSS's car. This is my first time riding in your new car. The interior is quite lovely. I'm glad you like it. Kia was just as delighted her first time too, wasn't she? So, this is the prototype that Opel car that was developed by the ZCL. The build quality makes it obvious that handling is superb. I wouldn't mind the first division being equipped with these. With the state the continent is in, I can't imagine importing cars from the borough would be a simple matter right now. It looks like it's still in good condition and won't have any trouble running. I'd say the car is good to go for the operation, but we should leave the driving to Noelle when it matters most. Yeah, if anyone's gonna put her baby through the ringer for the sake of duty, it's gonna be her. We have secured the car and confirmed that it is suitable for the operation. Should we drive it straight back to the chief and the others now? That'd be best. We still have to hear the final details of the operation before we begin. Wait, listen. A call is coming through the onboard communication system. What should we do, Lloyd? I think we should take it. Flip the receiver on. I want all of us to stay quiet just in case though. We've no idea who could be on the other end. It's been a while, SSS. This is Kilika. Kilika Ruron. No way! Is that really you, Kilika? Taito's flying swallow. The Rocksmith Agency's division chief. What is she still doing at Crossbell? Has she been tracking our movements? Settle down. I merely predicted what your next course of action will be in this situation. I know you're pressed for time, but there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What do you say to another friendly exchange of information? I'm not sure. I'll leave the decision in your hands, Bannings. The first division is yet to establish a line of communication with her, so I'm not against it. Understood. We're willing to cooperate, Kilika, but not here. Is there someone we can meet you? Crossbell Station. I'm in the second car of the train, stopped at platform 3. The station's been completely vacated, so there should be no threat to you on the way in. Got it. Second car of the train at platform 3. I take it we'll be seeing Lecter there too, won't we? A clairvoyant deduction. We'll be waiting for you, detective. She is a clairvoyant one. Yes, but Anne will have to speak not with just her, but Lecter too. I don't think there's any point in trying to avoid this. I agree. They may have useful information for us, so let's go to Crossbell Station. Very well. We don't know what could happen there. I advise we prepare carefully. Okay, Crossbell Station. There's no telling how long this chat with Kilika and Lecter is going to take. There's still time before we have to begin the operation. We should take care of any unfinished business we have left. If you decide to proceed with the events beyond this point, you will break into Orcus Tower and will not be able to freely move around the city. Let's do this, boys. Wasn't the front entrance sealed before? Kilika and Lecter must have unlocked it. We're in a state of emergency and those interlopers are doing whatever they want. Trespassing aside, this place is a ghost town. Not too surprising since, considering the Transcontinental Railroad shut down. All the Zemuri Railroad Corporation personnel, along with the inspection officers, were forced out of the country too. Kilika and Lecter are on the train in platform 3, right? Yeah, let's make our way down there now. I do not sense anyone here either. That's to be expected. Railway service has been stopped for weeks, and both inspection officers were called back. I would assume that the station attendants have found shelter by now too. Yeah, no good reason to stay around a place like this. Let's go and meet with Kilika and Lecter. We'll be able to reach the platform from the gate downstairs. Man, empty platforms are sure depressing. The Transcontinental Railroad has been closed for several weeks. Right. Is that the way to the train on platform 3? Yes. She said it was the second car from the front. We can cross to that side by using the connecting platform on the far side. Got it, let's go. Looks like this is the right place. Door's not locked either. What should we do? Wait, I'm paranoid. Are there any missables at this point? No way. Yeah, no. There's no missables here. Like, I'm just so paranoid that I think that they're gonna sneak like something tucked away in the corner in this place, since we're never on this side of the station. So, you've arrived. Hey, long time no see, gang! Good to see you too. You must have contacted us from the train's receiver. You are correct. Seeing you all together like this, you've formed quite the resistance, haven't you? You've even recruited the 1st Division's ace and legendary, Chung Shou. Spare me the flattery. I didn't expect either of you to still be in Crossbell. Have you been here all this time? Yeah, I've been poking around a bit doing my job. Looks like I'll be able to head back to Urbonia soon though. Poking around? Just what have you been doing here? Never mind that. We aren't the only ones who've been making moves. Someone's snooping around for the White Falcon. Or for the White Falcon too. You know who I mean? Yeah, Rhymes. He told us that he works for RNA Research. Have you been in contact with him too? We agreed to a friendly information exchange about what's happening. They may be a private intelligence agency, but their information network is most impressive. True, but they lack in numbers, so they can't afford to send people everywhere. I imagine they're stretched pretty thin. Putting that aside. I hear Pal the Blood Iron Chancellor caught a bullet and the Imperial Capital is missing. Is this really where you should be, dude? What? Oh my Gileath? Even had I gone back there, it's not like I could have saved them. I know that old goatee probably saw him getting shot and was out in Crossbell coming from a slug away. What? How could he possibly know he was going to be shot? Let alone what is happening in Crossbell right now. Old McGillia treats the world like one big chessboard. To him, everyone and everything is a piece to be played. I'm sure that includes Crossbell's independence bid, manufacturing Septarian, and trying to take over the whole dang continent. And it goes without saying that he had pieces for the Noble Alliance whooping the Imperial Army's ass and occupying Heimdall too. Okay, if Chancellor Osborne has this much foresight into predicting all this, what the hell is in store for us in Trails of Cold Steels 1 through 4? And what in those stories warrants a 4-game sub-series? Oh boy. What the hell? Although I know that Cold Steels 1 and 2 are kind of like going on at the same time as Trails in the Skies 1 and 2, around that time period. But oh my god. I'm getting shot, mortally wounded, and civil war breaking out as a result. Getting screwed over for 4 games in a row. It's like, yeah guys, we did it. It's like, hold up just a minute. It's like, huh? Well, actually, you'll find out more in the next game. In the next 3 games. Dude, I can't imagine playing these on release and then having to wait those agonizing like years or months or however long before the next game comes out to get that follow-up. Like, I think I remember a friend of mine played Trails in the Sky 1, and then, or wait, no, did he say he played Trails in the Sky 1? No, he said he started Cold Steel. I think he just told me, like, imagine playing Trails in the Sky 1 and then having to wait for the second game with how huge of a freaking cliffhanger the first game's ending was. You had to wait like, what, a year or 2? Given that huge cliffhanger ending when Joshua does his thing. And just like, huh? So you had to wait all that time. I can't imagine with the Cold Steel games, dude. Not to mention Calvert getting sent back from where they came by that barrier. That was around Crossbell. The old man's game board probably already played out exactly as he imagined. That's impossible. Monster doesn't do him justice. I find all that to be a little hard to believe. While it does appear that Ouroboros is on the move in Erbonia, the real threat there may just be the Blood and Iron Chancellor himself. He's a man willing to make himself a sacrificial piece on that very same chessboard, all for the purpose of creating a firestorm and giving rise to a turbulent era. No, perhaps man is too kind. You were right to call him a monster. I thought that old man had a few screws loose, but I didn't think it was that nuts. Do you think President Croix is aware of this? I wonder. It may not be my place to say, but I do commend Dieter Croix for the performance he's putting on. But it's just that. Performance. He leaves much to be desired as a statesman. He can't help but view politics through the eyes of a corporate executive. What are you saying? At his core, he's still just a banker. And it would seem the legacy of the Croix family's mission has been left entirely to his daughter. How? You know that too? Hey, we didn't major in espionage for nothing, kid. Remember the one you took in after the Schwartz auction? I've seen enough of the big picture to know that she's the core of that Septarian they created. Oh. I'd expect nothing less from the Imperial Intelligence Division and the Rocksmith Agency. I can sympathize with their frustrations, but please don't misunderstand. Knowing these things simply comes with the territory of the intelligence field. Neither of us has any designs on how to use the Septarian for our country's own interests. But given that this incident has engulfed the entire continent in chaos, it's only natural that we'd still be here doing our jobs. Our real goal is to uncover the mastermind who orchestrated all this. The mastermind? It's as I said, President Croix can't help but be a manager, a facilitator to those around him. He's good at what he does, but not a visionary. The role doesn't quite fit Maria Bell either. She is devious, but her interests seem to lie more in the realm of magic, rather than that of politics. As for the Divine Blade of Wind, I can't see someone as stoic and self-disciplined as him weaving this kind of scheme. Crossed Ouroboros and Old Man Gilead off the list too. They both used Crossbell situations to further their own interests, but neither of them were responsible for this whole fiasco. Wait. Wait. So if you have the words from Lecter and Killica to cross off the Croix family, Arios, although I can understand Arios, he's just very traumatized and deeply affected by the accident that killed his wife and blinded Shizuku for years. But also cross off Ouroboros and Chancellor Osborne himself, so he can see the whole chessboard, figuratively. But who's this unknown mastermind playing his own pieces on the board here? That's what they're saying. So, given all that's going on right now, someone else beyond Ouroboros and Osborne? So that will leave, I mean, in terms of the only suspects we know, President Rocksmith himself? Or some other yet unnamed organization or individual / group. Someone out there put this together. Someone with fingers in every pie you can imagine. Politics, economics, foreign affairs, history. They've even got connection to the Croix family, knew the DG code and followed the society's movements. Dude. Who is this mastermind? To know about Ouroboros, connections with Erbonia and Calvard, and... Wait, what? Yeah, who is this? This guy or gal's been pulling the strings in the shadows from the very beginning. They had influence over everything, even in trails in the sky. You can't be serious. I also sense that there was a conspiracy like this underneath it all. Indeed, it does seem there's one piece to the puzzle that's still missing. Oh. Wait. No fucking way. Lloyd's suspecting Ian Grimwood? Wait. Wait, he kind of fits the bill. He kind of fits the bill. A lawyer as famous as Grimwood, knowledgeable in politics, economics, foreign affairs. Think about it. He drafted the Constitution and also is very proficient in helping others in business matters as part of his job, so he knows what he's doing with economics. And obviously, like, his deep knowledge of politics in general, history, because that kind of comes with the job and everything. And given all the connections he has, and we did talk to him about the Croix family, he knows about DG because of that case. He was involved in taking out the lodges, I believe, or was involved with helping it out. And does he know the society's about the society? I think he does. I don't know if we told him exactly or not. I'm pretty sure we might have talked about it, or at least he found out on his own. No way. You can't be fucking serious. Oh my god. Like, I always assume the best of anyone I meet. I'm usually not like a super skeptical person, so then when they just drop this on you, I'm like, no fucking way that Grimwood. Cause there's also the flashback of Pete going, huh? It's like, Mr. Grimwood's gone, and he told me to, before he went out, he told me to clean his desk, but he never tells me to clean his desk before, meaning that there's something there that he doesn't want anyone seeing until the right time. There's still that. Also the fact that we what was it? I think we visited Grimwood, and I think the flashback had us catching him on his way out, as well as like whatever else he's been doing. Go away. I thought you might already suspect who it is we're referring to. However, if you don't have the evidence yet, we'll leave it at that. Time is short. Let's discuss the other matter at hand. Other matter? Ain't it obvious? We're thinking about giving you a hand with your plan to storm Orchid's Tower. What? Where the hell is that coming from all of a sudden? I've gathered all the intel on what's happening here that I need. There's really no reason for me to remain in Crossbell. However, leaving things like this would only cause me to have regrets later. While it's true that Crossbell's fate would be best left in your hands than in outsiders, it would be troublesome for us if you could not break the stalemate you're in. It'd be like throwing a game of Palm Party just because your opponent put a decent chain together. Or, so I heard. That might be oversimplifying it. Suspicious. When did you get your hands on a Palm Party collector 1v1 me? I'm not fond of the idea, but I can't deny Oz's success would be high with your assistance. Perhaps we should discuss this with the chief first. Yeah, I agree. We'll take you to our current base of operations. You can follow us. Damn. Afterward, Lord and the others introduced Kilika and Lecter to Chief Sergei. Upon exchanging information, it was decided they would aid in the operation. Shortly thereafter, Chief Robert succeeded in hacking into Orchid's Tower, and a plan to storm the tower was to be carried out immediately. Same day, 10:30 a.m. Huh? Ooh. Clear. Now. Beep. Here we go, guys. Beginning assault. Take cover behind the cars. Just fucking punching those things. What? Ah! Take this. Ooh, he knows. Oh my god. You're up! Very well. Ha! No way! Guy doesn't pull punches, does it? Kilika, I got your back. Very well. You're showing the might of the Taito school. You got it. Ooh. This is pretty cool. Hey, look at them go! They're gonna steal the show at this rate. Leave some for me, why don't you? Oh, what can you cast? Oh, Gold Halo. Guess it's time. Special support section, charge! We've opened the way. The rest is up to you. Roger. Vroom vroom, motherfuckers. Let's not have a car-sized entrance for us. Oh! Oh, what happened? Kevin! Reese! Oh! no! Oh, we're down to 70%. We won't last long, or we won't last long like this. Enemy ion accelerating. Ugh, this is bad. This brain gonna have to pull it out. Oh, the Greyhound? You don't mean? Wait, it's too sudden. If I can't stand my ground here, then what right do I have to succeed in your sister's name? Gonna need your help, boys. Understood. Preparing stigma activation. Kevin. Easy there, Reese. You're not off the hook, you know. Still need to track the enemy. All right. Blue seal of mine shining from the abyss. Radiate down from the heavens and illuminate this purgatory. Concentrating the Merkaba's orbital power. Stigma recognized. Commencing deployment. Change detected in enemy ion. It's deploying its main weapon and making a charge for us. As the 5th Dominion, the Thousand-Hand Guardian, I command you. Stigma Cannon, Megadelis, activate. I'm gonna have a little, like, beam battle. Oh no, just going through both. Oh, they're taking each other down. Oh, patter matter. Oh. What the heck is with this thing? Its energy source must be the power of the Septarian itself. It doesn't matter. Patter matter won't lose. He would never lose to the likes of you. And neither will Estelle, Joshua, and I. We won't surrender. Oh, no. Huh. I don't think throwing now is gonna help out here. Oh. Matter. Ah, matter. Take this. Ren, no! You can't. Ah! Damn it. Oh. No, I'm too far away. Ren! Matter. Oh, is he gonna self-destruct? Huh? Matter. What are you saying? No, you don't have to. Please don't. No! It's going to shit for everyone. Aww. She's going to be okay. Her internal systems are still fully functioning. That's good news. She made a world of difference for us. Absolutely. We'll have to have proper repairs made once we're done. The enemies outside haven't let up. There must be no limit how many of those things can be generated. ain't got time to worry about that right now. Let's get to the elevators. Agreed. Remember the plan. 2 members will remain here on standby and guard the entrance. Make the call bandings. Understood. Lloyd, Ellie, Teal, and Randy are required? Huh, you would think that Dudley is required, given he says he wants to be the one to make the arrest. Although I guess they mean that, like, they want him just present within these current members once we do apprehend him, and then show him to Dudley. Yeah, we'll toy around with Dudley in the party. No matter how many of those puppets they defeat, more spring up in their place. Add nuisances to the things that alchemy can create. I don't think anyone outside will be able to hold off forever. We should probably hurry. I agree. Let's find Uncle and end this once and for all. She's in bad shape right now, but most of her functions are still working. Getting her fixed up is all the more reason we need to settle things here and come out of this place in one piece. True. I could even ask Chief Roberts and Guillaume for their help. Yep, and we can rest inside too. Anything we can grab over here? No, not really. Alright, let's go. Anything on the side here? 21st floor. Why 21st exactly? It looks like we can only travel to the 21st floor right now. According to Chief Roberts, there should be a terminal separated from the open network on the 30th floor. It will be impossible to hack what remains of the building until that terminal is breached. I guess that means we gotta make the trip from 21 to 30 the long way. But ain't those supposed to be the empty maintenance floors? What gives? That must have been a fabrication. We're standing in the core of the Quartz family's obsession. The tower itself was planned in conjunction with that ritual they put Kia through. God damn it! There were things about the building I found strange during the security detail for the trade conference. I can hardly believe they were brazen enough to construct something like this inside of a public building. In any case, we should be prepared before continuing onward. Yes, the Red Constellation may be lying in wait for us. Yeah, and Kia. No matter what's in store for us, we have to push through. We can't let down the Chief and the others who allowed us to get this far. Absolutely. We didn't dream of it. Damn straight! Let's do this thing! Whoa. Orcus Tower Thaumaturgical Sector? Whoa. Oh dear God! This was inside the building? Dude, this looks like a finale location for a Resident Evil game. What? The hell is this? Incredible. This must be the quintessence of their magical science. A fusion of the Quartz family's alchemy and the cutting-edge orbital technology. This is a culmination of deluding yourselves for more than 1,000 years. Then again, perhaps Ian's path through the centuries has been no different. The very same delusion that birthed their puppets. The cult. The countless people that were sacrificed. Exactly. Even now they're burdening Kia with the fate of a Septarian. Whether or not what they've created here will give Crossbell a better future isn't for us to decide. Nevertheless, Kia, Arios, Dieter and the others are waiting above us. We have no choice but to break through. Let's do this, guys. We'll end the deluded fantasies of the past and seize Crossbell's present. Right, Roger. Gotcha. Good to go. Let's go. Ooh, dude, this song. Ooh, this camera. Ooh, listen to this music. Come on. Ooh, yeah, I'm really liking this song. Weak to time, and oh my god. You know, I feel like all that time I spent building everyone up to have some spells in the main 4 elements. Oh my god, that is so useless right now. More U material? We're beyond the point of no return. Yeah, I'm really liking this music, man. A lot of the final dungeon songs in Trails games are really amazing. Treshua, as he looks at himself in the mirror and unsheathes his dual brushes. You're varnished. Oh, whoa, what is that aggro range? Holy shit. I thought I had Shroud. Or is that only party lead? No, it's a full party effect, and I don't have Scent on, do I? No, there's no Scent. Wait, how do you detect me from... Or did he happen to turn the moment... Yeah. Oh, whoops. No, I need to push the turn. Weak to time especially. Hey, actually susceptible to debuffs. Come on, where's that spell crit? Hey, not bad. Man, they're all really weak to time. So wait, are the columns on Edge's cosmetic or the out text? Wait, are the columns on the edges? Oh, you mean like these things here? No, they don't really say anything specifically. What is this? Looks cosmetic. Ah. Hey, Sept. Thought I was going to be the CPD's new mascot, but they want him to wear a hat and trench coat and say the catchphrase, "Take a side out of crime." Oh shit. Anything get angry. Oh, they resist that. I missed. Ah. Okay. Oh, I didn't notice the thing that was blocking the way. Oh, okay, so each thing. Oh, okay, okay. Dude, what is your aggro range? Holy. Tempest Gown. I also received the gift of the Septarian. There was a second item, but I used spatial annihilation to keep you from getting it. Wow, what a dick. So a Tempest Gown. Oh. So I could give it to either Randy or Dudley. I'm gonna give it to Dudley since he's frontlining for now. Oh my god, those things are fast. Oh. Okay, yeah, we're better off casting here. I'm running out of stuff already. I'm running out of EP already. But it's a good thing I stockpile on some before we started. Okay, yeah, that's pretty damn strong. Well, another thing we need to dispel. Oh! Oh. Man, I still really don't get what's with this really wonky mouse cursor targeting compared to Trails in the Sky. I know I've complained about it way too often, but man, that's ridiculous. It was so smooth in Trails in the Sky. Cool. If a music group were to perform this tower, would that make him an orchestra? Why do you have to do this to me? Why do you have to do this to me? I know Shotgun won't do anything here. Probably Calamity again. Oh, come on. I only get one of the two. He died pretty quickly anyways. Wait, I missed? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, hello. Nothing like packing an enemy like this into a tight-ass room. I should Shadow Blade that one. Yeah, its arch defense is relatively high. Brits are helping though. Confused too. I challenged Father Kevin to an arm wrestling contest, but he easily won. He must have had the strength of 1,000 arms. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god damn it. They're not pulling any punches with these ones. Oh my god. God, these stupid messages. Oh. I should put some on. Door sealed shut. Huh. Oh shit. God. Get. Fine. Oh goddamn. I really do need that. I really do need that evasion, don't I? Actually no, they'll die when Dudley asks. Hey, start running away. Aw, man. Man, I always hated how there's space just far enough away. So I can't do this cleanly. Why you gotta do that to me? No, wait, they're resistant. Oh, fuck it. I see you. Now that'll bring you close enough to everyone else. EP charge. Now you must put something back, such as the law of equivalent exchange. Wow. Red key card. And so she did while Sierra regathered the other letters, giving a precious few minutes for the sheet of ice within her to melt and join the rushing current. Months of emotions that built into a sudden colossal flood. There's a red key card like back here. Not just this door here. Or that's not a door? Huh. Huh. What is this thing? An archaism, maybe. I'm not sure if it's capable of moving though. This is it. I'm sure of it. The Eidolon gear. It was developed by the Epstein Foundation. What the hell? Then, that means, after the over shutdown phenomenon in the borough, a project was initiated to oppose the society's archaisms. The Orbital Gear Project. Oh shit, wait, didn't they talk about this in a second chapter? Yeah! Oh yeah, cause Tita was helping out Professor Russell and I forget her other name. The other Russell lady, was it the aunt? Or the, I don't remember the status of that family. It's been such a long time. It was led by the Bros ZCF with aid from the Foundation. Professor Albert Russell himself was invited to Lehman to develop a prototype. This is the first I've ever heard of this. Why would the prototype be here of all places? I might know. About half a year ago, someone stole it, just as it was nearing completion. It must have been Belle. She has a history with the Foundation and has been frequently traveling to Lehman to coordinate with the Open Network project. That does sound suspicious. But she's the type of gal that do whatever it takes to get what she wants. It appears the parts responsible for controlling it use a matrix system. I think I may be able to control it if I force its activation with the Aeon system. You serious? Yes, it should not be too difficult. There's no sense in allowing it to collect dust. I will make use of it. Well, it was technically stolen from the Foundation in the first place, so I don't think there's any harm in you taking it back. And no doubt the battles are going to get tougher. It'd be reassuring to have the extra firepower. I'd say use it as you see fit to. Roger. Ooh, Eidolon Gear S-Craft? Wait, I need to see this. I need to see this. Tio, you're coming here. Yo, okay. Let's go. Actually, you know what? I want to test it out with, like, the buff as well. I ended up buying a lot of some extra soup. So we'll feed that to Tio real quick. And turn delay any of that. Okay. Let's see. What's... Oh my god, this might as well be field wide. This might as well be field wide. Okay, let's see. Oh. Yo. A three-parter, oh my god. Oh my god. Ooh. Thank god you dodged that. Of course you go between. Oh. That's basically the shortcut back. Yeah. Oh, because it goes around this barrier since we don't really disable it. Okay, actually, let me do a little bit of healing right now. So is it Magius? Oh no, Wazi has it! Right! I forgot! Oh, I should have re-equipped them with something else. I could go all the way back down. Because... Oh, actually I might be tempted to go all the way back down for that. And just switch Wazi's Master Quartz with an alternative. Oh, whoa. Kinda wish we had an escape rope. Or just like a quick way to go all the way back down. No! Hold on, I'm going all the way back down for that, for the Master Quartz. Because it'll really help things overall, so I don't have to keep burning all my healing just to get CP maxed out before a major fight. Wasn't the door behind you closed? Oh, was it? Let's see. I don't remember. Yeah, that's the side one. Must have missed it opening. Oh, you're talking about one of the other sealed passageways. Like, technically, there's nothing to unseal it. We just went around it. Oh yeah, wait. We could just go rest in the car as well. Yeah. But more importantly, need to switch this out real quick. Alright, so for later, we can restore everyone's CP and get ready. Yeah. The counterattacks knock them far enough away that I can't. Ah, goddamn. Oh, come on. I have like 40% accuracy. How is this not enough? Oh, like 40% increased, I mean. I was like, oh, I only have a 40% chance to hit. Why am I missing? No, not like that. Wording. Oh. Well then. Should've checked that earlier. Akashic gear. Ooh, yeah, wait. Why don't only 6 people come to my my unveiling ceremony? Akashic gear. Oh, no, it's absolute garbage. Like, if you didn't have the Sept to make the divine, or to make these special shoes for every party member. Or not have Shrega Omegas. What's this? No. Say, Tio, you said there's a terminal isolated from the global network, right? Yes, because it is not on the network, it is impossible to hack into the tower's upper floor security systems. Chief Rouse will be unable to grab detailed information on those floors until we unlock it manually. That information may include Kia's location and what Bell and the others are planning, correct? If that's the case, then getting access to that terminal is imperative. It's on the 30th floor, right? Yes, and the top floor of the tower's core, if I'm not mistaken. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get our asses up there. Yeah, let's do this. Oh. What is this? What is this light? Damn, this place is nuts! One crazy sight after another. Is this mana from all 7 elements? They're being drawn to the upper stratum. The light will likely affect our enigmas if it strikes it. What a nuisance. From what I can tell, we have no choice but to pass through the light to reach the top. We'll have to move as quickly as we can then. Wait, so would it sap our EP? So this is the light we can't stand in. Oh yeah, it's sapping all of the... It's sapping all of our EP, or some of it. Okay, I think we need to go... Yeah, we need to go down there. Oh, what the heck? Immune to the main 4 elements? Weak to water. Oh, that's certainly usable U material. Ugh. Pain.
の番だな。せいぜい改心するがいい。
生成可能。始めましょう。エニグマ駆動。覚悟。来い。
よし。
任せておけ。さあ行くぞ。エニグマ駆動。
行きます。えい。迎撃完了。先に行きましょう。
あー。
10秒で終わらせるぞ。
行くぞ。
Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to. Okay.
私の番だな。エニグマ駆動。
エニグマ駆動。
いいだろう。エニグマ駆動。
いや、これもみんなの勝利ですね。皆さん、勝負です。
行くぞ。エニグマ駆動。
勝機。はい。ドライブ開始。
よし、次に行くぞ。
Okay, hold on. I want to heal up. Actually, was the healing back here? No. Actually, wait. Can I double check? Oh, no, it wasn't. Never mind. It was a little bit further down. Nah, I'm not gonna walk through those monsters. I did stock up on healing items. Oh no, it's gonna continue draining like. Oh, is that actually disable? No, never mind. Ooh, healing. Thank you.
せいぜい改心するがいい。
This light's infuriating. So I'm making us burn through a lot of stuff right now. Come on, turn around. Thank you.
エニグマ駆動
いいだろう。エニグマ駆動。
私の番です。
Ah, god damn it.
ドライブ開始。
エニグマ駆動
悪くはない。
ナイスファイト
I know, they're resistant to that.
ドライ
That's
ブ開始。
fine.
はい。
Oh, that just killed them outright.
いいだろう、そこだ。
データ収集終了しました。
I wonder.
よし一気に行くぞ
私の番だな。
私の番です。はい、そこです。
ぬるいな。
Is there anything that's...
正気。
行くぞえいじゃ
いいだろう。エニグマ駆動。
エニグマ駆動。
私の番、そこだ。悪くはない。
No, no, we need to bring it up. Ah, okay. You should bring so much more EP.
任せてくれ
いいだろう。なんとかなったか。
Whoop, sorry about that. That I had it. That I had it on silent. Ah. Okay, I think I'll just do the emblem thing here. Oh yeah. And 6 times speed to make this faster. And might as well get myself a snack to eat while we wait. Or I need to mute the mic. Okay. You know, that's one nice thing about abusing the emblem field regen. Makes for a nice snack break. Although there's most likely like a heal thing right before the boss. I might just want to heal everyone's CP. But let me see. Huh. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, 6 times there. Aw. Which one do we enter? Oh dear God. Okay. Monster chest.
接近注意してください。
私の番だ。
Yeah, I think it might be time for Lucifin Wing. Oh. You know what? You know what? Fuck all this. Let me just get some soup.
任せてくれ
Let me just, get Meteor Breaker ready. Time for snack break again.
これが俺の戦術だメテオブレイ
はい。ヘイドロエリア召喚します。リンク完了。制圧を開始します。スライサー射出。ビットミサイル発射。エーテルバスターファイヤーファイヤー。良いデータが取れました。お疲れ様です。
Oh. Wait. What does it say? Help me. I wandered into the light and this. I wandered to the light and this. Arden? May I please borrow an EP charge? Oh wait, hardened or? Huh. Either way though, wait, Wind Gem was the movement 3, right? Yeah. Wait, who's gonna use this? I kind of have everyone set up in a specific enough way that I don't think I can really. I just want to give a Flare Butterfly. I mean, I could get Ragnadorian. As much as I bashed it, I mean, I could. And it would help out with Ellie's 7 movement. Okay, what would be pretty funny would be the moment I take off. The moment I take off. Steel 2. Oh no, but we have Impassion. So... I have to think about that. And well, might as well think about while I'm having yet another snack break. Oh man. You know, I'm actually kind of happy about this, not gonna lie. Does make life easier. You know, I'm still kind of annoyed that they removed Haze from the game. Or no, was it Haze or was it under a different name? In Trails in the Sky, they had these quartz to make it so that you just wouldn't get into field battles in general. So you can just like, let's say you've done enough grinding and you just want to go just say, screw it, I want it to end. You just go straight forward, like you have no collision with any of the other monsters in your path. Except for scripted fights and obviously main story stuff. So that was really nice, but all we have is basically just Shroud, which is like, oh, reduced aggro radius. Thanks. Like, it helps a little bit, but I really wish I could just skip a lot of these enemies at this point. But I suppose they didn't want people to just stroll straight through. Or if anything, make it a New Game Plus feature, right? What materials? Yeah, there's that. But if you don't care about it, then you can go straight for the end. Also, I just noticed something kind of funny here. Lloyd has pretty much everything, or one of every type of... Or sorry, like... a quartz of every element, except for water, if you count Master Quartz as well. Huh. Mildly interesting. As well as Rishi as well. Only one missing is, Earth. Yeah, I'm missing Earth here mainly. Oh, I forgot, I had type 6 speed. You know what? We'll do it just a little bit for the EP I just lost. Oh wait, whoops. Dude, oh my god, this is terrible. Oh, this whole floor. Oops. Oh my god. Ah. Is this the right place? Yes, I believe that is the control terminal Chief Robert spoke of. Let us quickly release the restrictions on the open network. Ooh, nearly done, huh? Yes, I hope this will lead us to Kia and the president's whereabouts. So Mariba just gonna let this happen. Surely she has some countermeasures, like to... No? Or... Okay. I've confirmed that the upper area has been reconnected to the open network. I'll be able to back you all up now. Ooh. Can you also disable the security placed on the main elevator? Yes, but it's going to take some time. I'll see what I can do. And according to the data I'm missing, neither President Croix nor Kia are on the first 20 floors. Even the tower staff and defense force members are in a state of confusion. Really? Ignoring them, the real issue is all floors from the 31st and up. Roberts, can you figure out who's on those floors? Let me see. Oh my. It looks like there's a lot of people on the 36th floor. Though I have no way of knowing who's there. The 36th floor is where the waiting rooms for the trade conference guests were located. Could that be where President Croix, Kia, and the others are? Sounds like the Red Constellation holding the tower staff hostage. That seems plausible. Status of lock on upper stratum confirmed. We can head directly to the 36th floor via the emergency stairs. Now let's get a move on. Please continue to back us up, Chief Roberts. No problem. While I search the upper areas, I'll get disabling the security system on the main elevator. So basically, we'd have an easy way back once we basically get our checkpoints in. Any missables? I was just checking now. Sept, Eidolon gear, key card, Tempest gown, Kasha gear. Nothing that missable. Just either chest stuff. Oh. So we're just gonna go straight there. Oh yeah, wait, wasn't actually no, I'll find out soon. Oh, okay. I'm ready. Here we are. Chief Roberts said there'd be people hiding on this floor, but where are they? Is that you? Oh, Pierre! And, what's your face? Vice Commissioner? What are you doing here? I should be the one asking that! I came here to protest, to the Secretary of Defense about martial law being declared yesterday. Then I was restrained and brought to this floor. That would explain it. You can understand the surprise. I never expected you of all people to start asking questions. This is an unexpected development. Aeon system now detecting backbone. What are you trying to say? Well, enough about me. You all do realize you're wanted by the Defense Force, don't you? What in God's name are you doing here? It's a bit of a long story. So basically, it's coup d'etat time, bitch. Excuse me, but aren't you a part of the IBC's technological division? Oh, yeah, I am. My name's David. I'm one of the researchers there. Oh yeah, that guy in the IBC. Or I was. Lady Maria Ball announced that our division was being dissolved yesterday. My partner already left though, so I was all alone when I was escorted to this floor. I think it would be best if we fully explain the situation. So that's what's going on. The situation here has been deteriorating ever since the Declaration of Invalidity. Why are things coming to this? It feels like we're in a bad dream we can't wake up from. So it's good to know that Clay is okay helping out Chief Roberts. I'll explain why the efforts to hack the tower have been picking up in the past couple days. I have a question, Vice Commissioner. Who among the President's security detail have been tasked with guarding this floor? How about that? None of them are here. Not the President, Maria Bell, Secretary of Defense, not even the Jaegers have been staying here. I tell you that the girl you're looking for isn't here either. I was afraid you'd say that. If they're not here, then what floor are they on? We may have to rely on Chief Roberts to get us that information. He's scanning the upper floors as we speak. In that case, let's take the opportunity to scope out who else is on this floor. Someone who might have some valuable info for us. Yeah, speaking with the others is the best thing we can do right now. We continue looking after this area, Vice Commissioner. I don't need to ask. I've got it covered. Just, don't do anything reckless, got it? Be careful out there. If you were caught here, all your efforts up to this point would have been for naught, wouldn't they? Got it, we'll be careful. Everyone in the tower has been uneasy since Speaker McDowell declared our independence invalid. I never would have imagined this happening. I can't hazard a guess at what could happen next. The staff has been held here ever since the President declared martial law. And to think of it, I saw a strange-looking little girl with the President. Something about her was so mysterious. I think I may have heard some people refer to her as the Divine Child. The President and his cronies on this floor. But some of the others here might know something useful. I'll watch over this area while you proceed. Feel free to get back to your investigation. Just don't do anything reckless about that. I decided to stay in the technology division because I believed in Lady Maria Bell. Life felt differently. He didn't think he could trust her, so he left. We sort of got into a fight over it right before he did. Turns out Clay was right. Oh, we never had that fight. I hope we can still be friends. I believe the President hired suspicious help from outside the new defense force. I saw the Jaegers that attacked the city and the strange juvenile delinquent in the tower earlier. They looked out of place. I don't want to ask questions, but I did have my doubts when I saw them. In retrospect, it was very suspicious. Martial law was only declared last night, but everyone in the tower is ready at the end of their rope. No one knows what could happen next. It's only natural they'd be anxious. I hope the situation is resolved quickly, but we should prepare for the worst case scenario. We're doing what we can to look after the people that have been trapped in the tower. Among those in the East Wing is a little girl. I feel so bad that she was caught up in this. Shizuku. Well, it's only natural that the security department learned to finer details of the tower's construction and personnel duties. Ever since we were transferred to Orchid Tower, I've gotten the feeling parts of the building were hidden away for some strange reason. Just what are Miss Maria and President Cross planning to do? There's little doubt in my mind that President Croix is in bed with the Red Constellation Jaeger Corps. They're the ones who destroyed the IBC building, yet they're walking around here like they own the place. I can't bring myself to trust the President any longer. Miss McDowell. Aunt Faye, thank goodness you're okay. This must be where all the IBC staff are. That's right. Miss Croix's instructions. I know things in the city have become quite complicated and dangerous. I have no idea what the President and Miss Croix are planning. I understand your concern, but the best thing you can do is stay here for now. We'll handle this. Alright. Good luck then. And that man with them? We completely lost contact with the rest of the city once martial law was declared. Even our terminals were cut off from the open network. Oh. Shizuku. I feel like after this cutscene I need to go on a water break. I've been drinking a lot of water with all the chips I'm eating. Mia. Father. Why are you? Shizuku! Shizuku, you want help with the resistance? Here, you can take my tonfa. Thank goodness you're okay. You were brought to Orcus Tower too, Shizuku. If I'm being honest, I kinda thought your old man would have you stowed away somewhere else. Well, whatever. Glad you're safe and sound, kiddo. Lloyd, Randy, Ellie, and Tio too. It's really you. This is what your faces look like. What? Shizuku? Can you? Has your vision returned? It has. Thanks to Kia. She used whatever strange power she has to reconnect my optical nerves. Everything has been coming back. Not just light. Colors and shapes too. Her power is unbelievable. This must be some kind of miracle that only a Septarian is capable of. Miracle or not, isn't it great? I don't think it's great with Crossbell in the state of chaos and anxiety as it is right now, though. Her vision was brought back, but to what kind of world? It is. I'm proud to hear Kyo would still help her friend like this. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank her enough. But... Shizuku? What's wrong? Even when Kyo was smiling, I could tell she was suffering. She said there was something she had to do, but she was in pain. It was like she was trying to convince herself instead of me. I know that deep down. She doesn't want to be helping Mr. Croissant or the others. All she really wants is to go home with you, Lloyd. Of course. Why is Kia doing this? And why is Father... Shizuku. Thank you for always caring for Kia. I know this hasn't been easy on you. We're here to take Kia back, Shizuku. Do you know where she, Arios, and the others are right now? No, I'm sorry. I wasn't told anything. I haven't seen Kia since yesterday. But Father told me to give you something if I saw you, Lloyd. He did? McLean left something. A package. Oh! Is that Guy's tonfas? In one way that's fucked up, but another way it's also kinda nice. It's like, hey yo, I killed your brother. Have his tonfas. I'm like, bro. Let's see. Is that right? Because it looks like a tonfa shape. Father said you should have what's inside, Lloyd. Please, open it. It is Guy's tonfas. Dude, that's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Sure. Dude, it's like the tonfas expanded. Wait, these are Guy's. There's no mistaking it. These are Guy's tonfas. They're the same ones that were missing from the crime scene and never been found. The nicks are from a sword. Could the one who killed Lloyd's brother really have been? Lloyd. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Lloyd. What my father did was unforgivable. It's okay, Shizuku. There's no reason for you to feel responsible. Besides, I'm not fully convinced that Arios is the one that killed my brother. There's still a part of the story he's not telling us. What? You for real? The cuts on his tonfas, do say the two of them were locked in a violent fight. Based on how many blows they took, I would say the Divine Blade of Wind and my brother were evenly matched. But don't forget, Guy's death was a result of being shot in the back. Isn't that right, Bannings? Exactly. That means... May I read the letter now, Shizuku? Okay.
ロイドへ。長らく渡せなかった品をこれを機会にお返しする。その品が全て。釈明をするつもりはない。なお町に現れた魔導兵は白き神器が大金を通じて操っているものだ。
Oh, we need to beat the white ion. Oh, we have to 1v1 the ion. Oh shit.
白き神器を何とかすれば全て沈黙させられるだろう。
He means that white ion. It's the same one we saw through that portal thing back in Michelin, right? That's the one that white gorilla fortress off the map. Yes, but it should not be used. It should not be able to use spatial annihilation anymore. Regardless, just what is McLean playing at by telling us this? Zero Breaker. Aptly named. Aptly named. Hey! Lloyd. It's as if they were made just for you. Yeah. It's almost strange how familiar they feel. Thank you for holding on to these, Shizuku. Well, take it from here. We're going to find Kia. Arios too. Alright. I can tell Father's been burdened by something for a very long time. He's been doing this for me. For Mother, as well. He must believe there's no going back anymore. And now... it's going to be okay. I believe in my heart that Arios isn't past the point of no return. Are you sure about that? Trust us. We're going to bring your father back home. We promise on the honor of the SSS. Sure, but first that old man of yours deserves a spanking But first, that old man of yours deserves a spanking for making his only daughter cry. That he does. We'll put a leash on him and drag him back here if that is what it will take. Do whatever you have to. Setting aside this talk of bringing back McLean, where exactly have the president and his collaborators run off to? Kia isn't on this floor either. I know. Arios left the message for us. Maybe there's still something else for us to find in the town. Oh, hey! I should have speaker mode on. Hey, Lord and crew! If I managed to unlock the security on the elevator. You did? That's perfect. Now we can... Wait a sec. The thing is, there's hardly anyone left on the other floors. Or at least that's the impression I'm getting from our search. They're mounting the attack on the Geofront resistance base. Or, no, wait, no, we brought everyone for the assault, right? Or is there still people left behind there? Or... are they somewhere else? No, that wouldn't make sense. Like, all of our forces are out there right now. No, yeah, I'm overestimating like how many people are in the resistance right now. No, everyone's pretty much present for the frontal assault and stall. Never mind. That would mean... for real? Then where the hell are Key and the others? There's something you need to know. There's someone on the roof of Orcus Tower right now. They have the white ion with them. The elevator. Is it going to be able to take us to the roof? Yeah, it should be fine. I already released the block. Be easy to get there. Be prepared for anything if that's where you're headed. We will be. Thanks. Talk to you soon. It could be that professor from the society. Or maybe... no way to know. We just gotta get there if we want our answer. The nearby elevator will take us straight up. We can also return to the first floor if we need to make preparations. Let's go. Ooh, music time. Guy Banning's Tonkas. Ooh. wait. Any missables on this next floor? Just wanna double check. Nah, no missables. Okay.
I think my father's been burdened by something for a long time. He's been thinking about Mother and me all this time. You must believe there's no going back anymore. Please, everyone, bring Father back to his senses.
I think it's time we brought Ellie into the squad. Oh, whoa, I saw it 6 times speed on. How good are the new Tonfas? Pretty good! So basically, we go from... it's not like the hugest jump, but it's still a rather neat upgrade. 520 strength to 550, so it's just simple 30. But more importantly, 5 extra speed. Remember, Trails games, or in any turn-based game for that matter, speed is king. And that 5 speed is a very welcome bonus. Anything you want to say, Pierre? No. Speed? Yeah, given that, where is it again? You know, I mean, this is like an extreme case, but, yeah. Depending on the kinds of bosses, you need every little bit you can get. Alright, let's go back down real quick. Let's see. Really boost morale. Yeah, that would actually be kind of nice. Okay, now there's no new line here. Okay. And as far as we know, no missables.
Thank goodness you're all okay. This is the 9th Merkaba coming in. Ron, you seem to have successfully infiltrated the tower. How's the operation sorry, no, that's, I didn't read that. You seem to have successfully infiltrated the tower. How's the operation progressing? We're nearly at the top, actually. Let me fill you in on the situation. Let's just brief the crew on the bridge and the Merkaba about what's going on. Understood. Things should be done shortly. Yo, heads up! That white eye on the roof, put up some kind of a barrier with a 100-arc radius. So don't expect us to get close to provide cover fire or anything, got it? Alright, understood. Well, crap. As usual, we're gonna have to pull this one off all by ourselves. By the way, the 2 other ions have seemingly been taken care of. One by Father Kevin's Merkaba, and the other by Estella and her crew. You don't say. That is welcome news. That's what I'm talking about. We'll take those W's. Oh my god, Randy. Barrier, yeah. Probably I need to take a shot. Listen up, you guys better come back here alive.
Ideals be with you. Be careful.
We will.
Roger that. Or sorry, roger that. Oh wait, I said I'd be taking, whoops. I forgot to go on that water break I mentioned earlier. Damn. And the Merkaba. Oh, damn. Ugh. Maybe the head-on approach wasn't so smart after all.
You reap what you sow. You know what happens when you release your stigma like that in the real world. If Rafina were here, she'd be dragging you back to Arteria by your ear for being so reckless. Right, can't imagine a boss lady's gonna be too pleased with me. Not to mention a Merkaba. I hope she doesn't take it out of my paycheck. Hell, she might even find a way to fire me if it turns out to be total. Hey, if that happened, I could start all over from the bottom of the square again. Then someday I'll be supporting you, and you can boss me around. Kevin, you are so into that. Shut up, you fool. Hey. Thank goodness you're safe. I was so worried. We're still so far away from realizing my sister's dream, from a world where everyone can be. Yet you almost... How could you be so reckless? You nearly... Reese. I know there's still so much more we need to do. And hey, I know I can be reckless from time to time, but that's probably not going to change. That's why I need you here. So, will you stay by my side? Of course I will, you stupid idiot. As if I could ever leave you all by yourself. Aww. Matter. We've won, but at what cost? You're okay. Aren't you matter? It'll be alright. This is nothing Grandpa can't fix. You'll be as good as new in no time. Massive amounts of gold. Oh. No, don't say that. It's not true. It's not true. Ren. He sustained critical damage to his logic unit. And, as you know, there's no backup system for Gordius-class archaisms. Matter. It'll be alright. We'll fix you. Well... Huh. No. Ah! Same day, 12 p.m. What do you mean it's only noon? What do you mean it's only noon? I guess it doesn't take that long to storm a tower, but oh my god. Crossbell's Longest Day, Season 2. Okay, but let me be right back real quick. I'm gonna need to get extra water because this is gonna take a while.
Okay, I'm back. So, whoops. Let me go clean up my space real quick, actually. Instead of eating more chips, I think I'm gonna go with some candy. So that way you wouldn't have to bear with any more crunch ASMR. Not that my mic's made for that. Man, one of these days I really want to upgrade my microphone. I want something higher quality. But if you want that, you're gonna have to fork over a pretty penny for that. Oh boy. But something that's been on my mind. Although this microphone has been doing quite well for me, honestly. It's like, what was it? Wait, what model was this again? Right, the Blue Snowball Ice mic. They're like, I think there's like the regular Blue Snowball, and then there's the Ice version. I got it for like, I think it was sold for like 40 bucks, and pretty good for what it is. But kind of want something fancier, just to upgrade it. I don't know. I mean, it's not like necessary, but kind of like on the nice to have list. I don't know. But I think I got other stuff in that needs prioritizing for oh shit, for hardware upgrades. Okay. So, floor 40. Here we go. Anything on the sides here by any chance? Not really. I don't know if they'd be sneaky like that, but I guess they don't want to distract from the finale, or not finale, but final push for Orcus Tower. Well, well. I was not expecting our uninvited guest to make it all the way to the top. Oh, it's Croix! Oh, it's the president himself! We're fighting him on here? Uncle! Theater! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while. I regret to say that I don't recall making lunch plans with you today. Are you sure you had the date and time correct? Wouldn't you prefer to come back later? Sorry for barging in without an appointment. This is one rain check we won't be taking. We cannot overlook your false declaration of independence or unleashing magic puppets on the city. Well, I just say it was some time to hand over Keto to us. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. What? I think there's been a fundamental misunderstanding. He is not being coerced into cooperating with myself or the others. As you know, Crossbell finds itself in a precarious position. There are multiple threats to our state at the moment. That is the reason she's cooperating with us. Kia is protecting Crossbell of her own free will. Is that what you believe? You say that as if you didn't put her up to it. As if you haven't orchestrated everything. You were the one pulling the Red Constellation strings. You sparked our movement to independence by ordering the raid on Crossbell City. It was also your decision to have the IBC freeze Imperial and Republican assets, further placing our state in grave danger. Whether you're telling the truth or not, it doesn't justify what you've done. You were the one who created this precarious situation, then placed the burden on Kia. Who would have thought who would have thought behind your pressed suits and pearly whites you're a lying son of a bitch? I called you Dieter because there is no independent state of Crossbell, and no President Croix. Is this the justice you spoke of earlier this year? Yes. Yes, it is. Politics is more than simply making empty promises, you know. In fact, what I've done pales in comparison to the actions of our neighbors. I know you're all aware of the tragedy that resulted from the Empire's invasion of the borough 12 years ago, correct? And what of the blood that was spilled and the lives sacrificed to make the Republic's democratic revolution possible? What are you getting at? How can you imply that what you're doing is now what you're doing now is in any way justified because of the past? I've spoken to all of you all about justice, but I do not recall using the word justified. There's no such thing. Justice is born from power and will. Believe it or not, I was not fully invested in the Croiss's family mission despite inheriting the position of patriarch. Truth be told, Belle has dedicated herself to it much more than I have. However, once I saw the light, once I realized that the Septarian my ancestors envisioned could actually be made real, I rejoiced. I had never been more grateful to have been born into the Croix family. I now have the power to ensure that this era of continental upheaval brings justice to the land. Justice. You can't be serious. Are you trying to tell us that you think this hasn't been for your ego, for your desire to control everything? How can you possibly stand there and claim this is all for the sake of what you consider justice? What other reason could there be? He obviously has been the largest holder of assets on the continent for 10 years. I have no need for wealth. To rule the continent, please. I'm not a bloodthirsty conqueror from the Dark Ages. It's simple. I couldn't stand the status quo. As the continent is, trapped in the frameworks of nations, pointless conflict is inevitable. My true goal was not simply the establishment of a foreign state. Speaker McDowell's declaration of validity means nothing to me. All that matters is that my ideal of justice be realized. Now my justice be the order that leads to world peace. Nonsense. There's no other way to describe you than delusional. Damn, I know you're nuts, but I didn't know you gone this far off the rails. Yes, but if there were ever a way that those delusions could be realized. You're right. Excuse me. If anything can make such a madness reality, it would be the power of a Septarian, the miracles Kia can create. As far as that power goes, there are no rules. He could reshape government and politics to anything he wanted. Dieter Croix. I'll give credit where it's due. The SSS has benefited time and again from your help. However, that doesn't mean we're going to abide by your gross oversimplification or perversion of what you think is just. We're the Special Support Section. At the end of the day, we're just a division of the Crossbell Police Department. We have a duty to uphold the law, protect our citizens, and see to it that justice is served within the laws of our state. But that doesn't mean we're always, or that we, the entire force, haven't had our fair share of missteps. Obviously, there's no indisputable answer to how public order and safety should be maintained. True, even within the same organization, the stance on what justice is can change depending on someone's position. We may be young and inexperienced, but we should continue to pursue justice. That is what you told us yourself, Dieter. How's the feeling having your own words turned against you? It was your speech, buddy. That is a noble pursuit when one doesn't have the power or will to carry out justice already. Consider this. Imagine you had the power and will to carry it out from the beginning. Would not using such power be negligent? No! Justice isn't something you can define eternally. It's something that evolves and grows along with the people it protects. The pursuit of it is something that has value to everyone, every man, woman, and child. What you're trying to do is homogenize it. You want to force a blanket concept on everyone, forever, without their consent. How could you possibly construe that as just? Is this what your justice? Is this really what your justice is? I'm the one who has breathed new life into Crossbell's crumbling political system. Reforms were made possible because of me. How dare you deny that? That is a different matter entirely. We've no intention of denying your accomplishments. It's as Lloyd said. The truth is, you've helped us time and time again. But that's also one of the reasons that's also one of the reasons we're here. If anyone is going to bring you to your senses, it should be us. As someone I respect, as someone who has regarded you as family, I'm going to make you repent for what you've done. Very well. Huh? What? Orbital energy. Be alert. A vast amount of spiritual energy is emanating from Orcus Tower and gathering around him. Huh. I'm hardly as skilled as Bell when it comes to these matters, but as a patriarch of the Cross family, I know a thing or two. If I use Orcus Tower's ability to transfer spiritual energy, then I could even do this! Oh! What? Did he just teleport inside of it? More like he fused with it. Good. Visibility and controls are fully operational. Using the power of the Septarian, I can control this machine at will. Uncle, what have you? Is he controlling the ion from a spatial from a spiritual phase space? The hell? That even possible? I got that pose. Behold! This white ion is the embodiment of the justice I will bring to the world. Now then, let me demonstrate it to you. Let's see which of our justices has the strength and the will to be right. Also, I forgot to set TO's zero field to S break. Oops. Oops. Fine. Fine. Have it your way. We'll show you what it truly means to have conviction. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that pushed him super far back. God damn though, this song. Political grenade. Dodge. And now... do we just run up? Yeah, we need to get close. Oh my god. Where is it? Of course they resist everything. But you want to use the higher elements here since they're stronger. In that case, I wouldn't mind just spamming Dark Matter. 94k HP. Ah, that's nothing. So wait, that actually... Oh wait, no, I kind of mistimed that. Anything else I can do in the meantime? Yeah, I kind of mistimed that one. Let's do Chrono Drive. Because I want to combo craft here. $8k damage? 20k. That's a lot. Ton of damage. 1800. Ooh, I'm very nervous about... Oh, I'm very nervous about pulling this out, but I'll do it. Or actually... Wait. No, I should wait for the crit turn for this. So... I'll cast... Avalon Gate. Since it has instant cast time and it's our strongest move. I'd use something weaker, but... arts are instant cast when in burst mode. Nice! 5 turns of strength up. I'm kind of suspicious of this. Oh, actually, wait. Don't we have Oh no, wait, no, that was Oh no, we don't have. I don't have it equipped. Oh no, I don't have. Yeah, I don't have the. I don't have the Rune of Providence. Oh, wait! I completely forgot about the Rune of Victory on Lloyd. That combo craft could have done 30k damage. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. Oh my god, I'm so not used to having it. I'm so not used to having it. Okay, actually, I'm kind of paranoid about what's going to happen next. So, I think this is what I'll do. I'll buff up Tio, and then use the S-Break on Ellie instead. Also, we've never seen what this looks like before. Ooh. Ooh. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, we need a zero field because I'm paranoid. Why does Divine Crusade description remind you of a certain other character? Yep. Yep. Oh, I guess he was trying to go through like the different phases that we kind of skipped over. So we have a lot of like empty turns right here. Yeah, that might be it. No, we have guard. We still have 4 turns of strength. Do some damage. Gravity blast. Yeah, so if we didn't have Zero Field, it'd be best to keep everyone split up. At least, like, not within the same within the same 3 lines right here. But we're almost there. Hey, wait, let me see again. Fires a volley from ornate black and white oblong guns. Oh. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling as well. No, we don't have Aqua. Oh no, Teal is on Aqua Mirage. Yeah, Teal was the one that had it. Oh, right here, Rune of Victory. It's a little bit late, but I might as well. Wait, how much do we have left? 1 turn. You know what? I'll let Risha try and end this. If I can, let's see. There we go. Oh. Oh. Oh, I should have intercepted that. Well. Well, shit. Oh, if I have Dispel? I have a way of dispelling it. Brute Force. Oh wait, oh, is that count as... Oh, right, right. Teal's staff counts as arts reflect because it's a magic staff. And Strike Bell. Bring their turns up. And... should be able to... let's see, Bomblet Rice should take out one craft. And... oh, wait, I didn't see that I was 5 off. Because this is a double hit. It would have taken care of both the... oh, damn. Missed opportunity right there. That's kind of a missed opportunity right there. Nah, I need a... need to hit it anyways. Teal might be in for a... nah, just hit it. Oh, that's how it works? Oh, what? Oh, wait, it just went down without me. What? Wait, hold on. Let me check. Was there like a... wait. Oh. Never mind. Oh, I threw guard? Oh, I recasted it. It did damage again? Oh, did it do damage? I wasn't paying attention. Not sure how I missed that. Yeah, wait, it went through guard. Maybe because, like, maybe it has, like, a special... you thought you saw some number? Huh. Maybe I didn't catch it because I was trying to look at, like, what to do for next turn. Huh. So if I'm assuming this correctly, then maybe the runes, the rune arts are like their own separate category. So it goes through Arts Reflect, since it's kind of like a field effect or something. You're gonna check the VOD? Alright. We did it! That's gotta be it. No, wait. Its mana is rising again. No way. Did you forget? As long as this machine is connected to the Septarian of Zero, its power source is infinite. You would have to annihilate it completely for it to stop. That's what it takes. If only we could find a weakness. Settle down. I have no intention of taking your lives. That is if you surrender peacefully and cooperate with my ideals. Huh? What the? What's going on? His supply of mana vanished. Everything's shutting down. But it proc attribute guard but dealt 3000 damage. Oh. This can't be happening. What's going on? Whoa! They vanished! Their endless supply of spiritual energy must have been cut off. Man, I'm beat! Huh, they pulled it off. What is the meaning of this? Why has the energy from the Septarian suddenly disappeared? Playtime is over, I'm afraid. Ominous voice. Ooh. Oh! Novartis. The professor from the society. Professor Novartis. What are you saying, Professor Novartis? What is the meaning of this? Is this another one of the... another of the society's ploys? Did you lay some kind of trap in this machine? Weren't you told? The only thing, you were gifted was assistance. I've acquired all the data I could need, so I'll be taking my leave soon. Along with the final model behind you, as per our contract. Contract? Are you out of your mind? I bought this machine directly from the society. You've no right to take it back. Oh, I'm afraid not. There's been a slight amendment to the contract you signed. As agreed upon, once this machine has served this purpose, we're allowed to recover it. You can read a dotted line for yourself. The signature reads, Maria Bell Croix. What?
その通りですわ。
Backstabbed by her own daughter. That laugh! It's Belle! Belle, what have you done? Just where are you right now? Are you not inside Orca's tower? Of course not. I haven't been there for quite some time. I and the others are with Kia. What? That's right. We didn't come across any of the others as we searched the floors. Arios! McLean! Uncle! Shirley! Bloody Shirley. Even Wald. We get some different lines if we'd have Wazzy here to see Wald right here. Huh. Wow, things are really heating up now. What is going on here? Have all of you betrayed me? My apologies, Mr. President. However, my loyalties and intentions were never with you from the start. My collaboration was always with Maria Bell on the Lawyer's Project. The Lawyer's Project! Mr. Grimwood! Lawyer? No, it can't be! But it is. What? Are you kidding me? Ian. Grimwood. The look on your face tells me you aren't as surprised as your friends, Lloyd. Did you figure it out? I did. I was going over things with Nielsen, a reporter we met that clued me in. Not just him. Pete, Old Man Quint, the things Lecter and Killikov said too. So then it was Ian that killed Guy Bannings, the one who fired the gun to his back. All the pieces slowly came together, and every sign pointed to your involvement. Perhaps you finally caught up to Guy, Explain yourself, Mr. Grimwood. I've been coming to you for guidance for ages. What have you been scheming behind my back? Oh, that's right. You've been my prized pupil, Dieter. Your business sense is second to none, and your skills as a politician exceeded my expectations as well. If you have just one fatal flaw, it's that you're an idealist. Up until now, you thought everything had been going exactly as you planned. In actuality, every step we've taken has been according to Mr. Grimwood's vision, not yours. From the manipulation of the cult, to the agenda of the trade conference, and the raid on Crossbell, even your Declaration of Independence. Tell us, just who was it that put each and every one of those ideas in your head, Father? Had you not slipped up, I would have been content continuing to pull the strings from the shadows. However, what's best now is for you to step aside. You don't have what it takes to lead any longer. I'll be the one to continue the Azure Zero project. Azure Zero project? That's the name of the game. Or the games. Azure Zero? Roll the credits. This would be one hell of a cliffhanger to lead into Cold Steel, not gonna lie. What is that? Oh, that'd be a letdown of a final boss. Soon, the Septarian of Zero will take its final form. The Azure Tree, where the ruler of space-time will rearrange the very principles of causality. Witness its rebirth! You seen this? A blue light in the distance. To the southeast, near the wetlands. What the hell? Oh. So that explains the tree on the title screen. On one of the title screens. Oh god, it's enveloping so much of the land. Oh my god! Step aside, Oriel, the Azure Tree's coming through. Didn't know we're in the Lost Belt. This can't be. A tree. Magnificent! The product of a singularity. We're witnessing an unexpected miracle that exceeds even the salt pail. Hold on! Did you say the tree is the true form of the Septarian of Zero? Where is Kia? What have you done to her? What kind of question is that? See for yourself. You're looking at her. Kia is right in front of your eyes. The Azure Tree is Kia herself. To be more precise, her heart and body remain intact. You needn't worry. More importantly, she has now become the arbitrator of all. This is not the grim result that all of you are fearing, nor does it have to be for any of you. I prefer it if you supported and continue watching over her. What the hell are you getting at? The deets don't really matter, but being out for blood is all good, all good and fun, or all in good fun, right, Rishia? If you plan to interfere, then go ahead. I've no objections to stopping you myself. Business is business, and we agreed to as much in the contract. I don't give a damn what they're planning. But if you come, bring that bony wise ass with you so I can finish him off for good. Goodbye, everyone. We'll see you all soon. Before I go, I should thank you one last time for your support, Father. You were a simple and hopelessly romantic fool of a man. Though in the end, I could never bring myself to hate you. Wasn't Wall the demon? Oh yeah, I mean he can go back and forth at will. He has the demonization power under his full control. Hell. As curious as I am to stay and watch what happens next, other plans beckon. I'll have to settle for reading all about it in the reports. Wait. I'll be going now. I don't know how much you all can hope to accomplish, but at least try to put up a good fight. I would prefer to have useful data to pour over later. That nutjob just had to get the last word in. Are you alright?
There you two are. What was that just now? And what's the deal with that huge tree thing? Well, where do I even begin?
I'm taking that huge tree off in the distance to mean things aren't over yet. A barrier to get over. Roll the credits or take another shot. Chief, is everyone on the ground alright? Yeah, those magic puppet things have vanished into thin air. We've already secured the tower. But what in the hell happened up here?
A lot.
Yeah.
Loading this outlined the events that had just transpired. You have got to be kidding me.
The man behind the curtain was Grizzly Grim of all people. It explains a lot. Someone who had connections in politics, business, foreign affairs, and had ins with the police and guild was behind it all. Yeah, no one I might say is more than capable of pulling this off. Hell, if I know what his motive was, or if I know what his motive is, hell if I know what his motive is. But we don't have time for that right now. Right. Wazzy, can you call the Merkaba? Sure thing. I was waiting for you to ask. You're going there. Yes. I know this might fall out of the scope of what we consider police work, but if that's where we're going to find Kia and answers to all of our questions, and there's no other choice. I feel precisely the same. Someone has to stop Bell. It would be pointless to stop after coming this far. I got a little family reunion to attend, Chief. I have a duty to go too. Hey, I'm the one flying, so if the Merkaba goes, so do I. I also have a score to settle with Wald. I have my own as well. She and I will end this once and for all. This is something I must do. I have questions I need McLean and Ian to answer personally. You won't be going there without me. Huh. I guess there's no point in arguing with any of you. So, take me along with you. Come on, let the chief in the party. Come on. I wanna use him with this badass shotgun. Come on. No. Although someone does have to take in President Croix, or former President Croix. You can leave the city and tower in my care. President too. Listen up. I want you to go there and settle this the way you think it needs to be done. Not as a special support section, but as yourselves. Do what you know to be right. Yes, sir. Von Karmic Retribution?
さすが皆さんです。さすがランクアップですね。おめでとうございます。
There we go. So right now, so ideally I should have had 390, but I guess I done goof somewhere.
Are you kidding? That's absolutely nuts. Is it true? Did Kia really make that tree appear?
Yes, we have no reason to doubt it. The Azure Tree, the final form of the man-made Septarian. How unfathomable that man's delusions are deeply rooted enough to sprout such a thing. Am I correct in assuming that even you don't know what kind of power the tree is capable of? Yes. All I can say for certain is that there's something extraordinary about its blue light. It holds dominion over all the elements, including time, space, and mirage. The Christ family manufactured the Septarian of Zero to replace the Septarian of Mirage. Does that mean it gained the power to control time and space in the process? I do not know what it's capable of. Or rather, it may be accurate to say there is nothing it is incapable of. You're kidding me. That would mean its power rivals Eidos herself. Whether that's the case or not, it doesn't change what we have to do. Arios, Mariabel, Mr. Grimwood, and the others. We'll face them all and take Kia back.
We will. Exactly. Oh, heck yeah. I'm even starting to get fired up. Damn it, Grace. Grace, what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you have disembarked with Speaker McDonald? No, Cannon, mister. I'm here because I chose to be. I've got a duty to give Crossbell the facts out there. Yeah, someone needs to explain why that huge tree came up out of nowhere, and I don't think they can simply cover it up. So, let me do my job and cheer you on until this is over. Really? This cannot end well. I had to change the subject, but I think I should do a little prep. You're right. There's no telling us what could be waiting for us there. Fighting us seized on the ground. So there's no place we can't travel within Merkaba now. You can give the order if there's anywhere in particular you want to visit. Oh, I can go to the monster chest that I was missing finally. Because I looked it up, that's the one that lets you recast water arts recast water arts and get your turn back. Will do. That means this is gonna be our final Crossbell sweep, isn't it? Oh no. Oh no, we got a long session ahead of us. Oh, we got a lot of talking to do. Oh boy. Wait a second. Hey Seraph, thank you for the host. How was stream? But wait a second. If everything opens up now, that means we can actually go back to farm the Shining Palms for the U materials. I didn't think that they'd actually unlock everything again. Oh my god. Stream was grindy. Oh, just like the stream. Or this stream. Or at least the off stream. That was mine. Actually not super grindy. We got a lot. What was it? We made significant progress in the main story and a lot of crazy things came up. Oh my god, like Falcom, oh my god, Falcom really, or what was it? I really like how Falcom writes their stories, oh my god. I didn't put 2 and 2 together for the longest time because they had so many characters that like you end up getting attached to that you would pretty much not really suspect until the final moments when they actually say, hey, you know who's being a little bit suspicious? Well damn. Oh my god. And we're basically at the final point in the game where we kind of need to clean up everything. So at this point, we should be able to get whatever other optional content is now available. And I feel like I should just read the guide to just go everywhere because oh dear god, it's gonna be like a stream in and of itself to clean up and talk to every NPC because you know how thorough I like to be. Well, except for parts of the finale earlier along with parts of chapter 4 because I got impatient. But oh boy, I kind of want to see the NPC dialogue here. This is also me I can finally do the thing in the forest that I missed? Yes. Janitor Kirby. Hey Neff, how you doing? But you know, funnily enough, I was thinking about stopping the session here since this is kind of like a good stopping point. But I think I'll go do something. I think I'll go switch games. Since I don't wanna just leave you guys hanging after you just hosted me. Yeah. What other games do I want to do tonight? Huh. Cause yeah, it's gonna be a very, very long session ahead of us if I do all this. Just lame. Yeah, we got a long night ahead of us. Something tells me I think the next session, no joke, would literally be just pure like NPC
dialogue and everything with looking for optionals and missables. Oh boy, let me see. There should be something in the terminal down here. Yeah, we got some new mini bosses or other monsters to fight for some other rewards. Wait, Dark Legend. Wait, do I remember that one? Akamana. Wait, wasn't that the boss that was in in the New Game Plus dungeon from Trails from Zero? Wait, was that the New Game Plus dungeon boss that we had to fight as a mini boss now? Oh boy. Oh boy, we got a long session ahead of us. I think, okay, I think this will definitely be 2 more sessions. So 1 session to get through all the NPC dialogue, any other missables that are now available this chapter, the boss, the mini boss, or basically the other support requests, and then we can go end the game the night after. Holy shit. So wait, today is now Saturday, so then Saturday night we'll be covering, okay, so Saturday will be the final, what I like to call the final Crossbell sweep. Talk to every NPC in Crossbell City and all around the state. And like I said before, support requests, blah blah blah. And Sunday will be the finale, going to the Azure tree to end it all. And I would imagine that the tree would be kind of a doozy to get through. Because, ooh boy. Although I kind of wonder about something. There should be I wonder if there's a New Game Plus dungeon. Because I wonder if I can do something a little bit cheesy here and try to do the door clip glitch into the New Game Plus dungeon, if there is one, and try to hit max level through that way, so we can kind of not dwell too long in the finale. Because I can assume that we're in for one hell of a time getting to the Azure tree. Or through the Azure tree. Oh, whoops. So yeah, I'll go switch games for tonight and go for a little bit longer. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do though. We'll see. Give me a moment. Man, Trails to Azure released 10 years ago, dude. Every time I look at this title screen, 10 years ago this game came out. And it's gonna take another 2 years for the official localization. It just makes it so painful to look at. Like, even though I'm playing it here and now thanks to Geofront's thanks to Geofront's fan translation, but it's even more painful for the people who want to know this missing void in the game series, because there's so many important things that are being revealed and other things that would probably come into play in the Cold Steel games onward, and they won't get it for another 1.5 or 2 years for Trails to Azure. It's still it's understandable, given, I'm guessing, the legality and some other things and all that. Like, it's kind of, I'm still kind of sad about Geofront having to remove the files for the translation. I mean, I'm lucky I'm lucky that I downloaded it pretty much right away. So I'm fortunate to be able to play through this and not wait like 2 agonizing years after finishing Trails from Zero like a couple months ago. Also, this song is really nice. But yeah. I again, I just can't help but feel bad. I mean, like, maybe there's people, like, maybe, like, you know, if some other fans are serious enough, but they can't get their hands on the translation of themselves to play anymore for now, you know, they just YouTube it. But for the majority of other players, I would assume, I don't think like, not as many people go to such lengths as I have to basically get Trails to Azure from Joyoland and apply or use the Zero or Azure launcher to basically install and launch the game without all the heavy Chinese DRM and stuff. Because thank you so much, Geofriend, for doing that. I'd be so paranoid about a lot of stuff if I had to play with those, like, if I had to play with that DRM on. But, like, after installing, like, I'm guessing they did some stuff to basically let the game boot without any of that excess stuff. So thank you so much, Geofront. Oh my god, I really can't thank them enough. Like, right now, Trails to Azure is most definitely my favorite in the series so far. 4 games in, or technically this is the 5th one, so, like, yeah, 5 games in now, I mean. This is definitely the highest point in the series so far. I really wonder how the Cold Steel games will play out. But I hear from what a lot of other fans have said, like, a lot of them consider Trails to Azure their absolute favorite of the series. And at least just based on playing Trails in the Sky and the 2 Crossbell games so far, I would agree with them 100%. Like, I was also so worried about, like, starting off the Crossbell games, because, like, I mean, it's kind of like a rough thing in general, because, like, you have the previous cast from the Trails in the Sky games, who you spent so much time with, you know, 3 games worth, to kind of get to know them, play as them, fight them even, or just whatever else would go on during the course of the 3 games. I was so skeptical of the Crossbell cast because I you know, I was just kind of wondering how their team chemistry was, as well as all the minor, or the side characters and the minor NPCs. But as usual, Falcom knocks it out of the park. Like, the SSS all really, like, play well with each other. There are like some really nice running jokes that I, you know, always a thumbs up in my book. You know, even if they beat it down, beat the dead horse in some cases, I can see it might get on some people's nerves. But to me, I think they execute the running memes rather well. You know, with Lloyd being his, like, level 100 charismatic self, like, being able to smooth talk anyone and steal the hearts of pretty much any girl within his party, and however having the character flaw of harem protagonist obliviousness until it's like the final moments where they go, oh. I mean, at least Lloyd finally realizes it, depending on whose Bond scene you get. But, what was it? Again, all the minor characters, the plot elements from Trails in the Sky that somewhat play into or majorly play into the events of this game right now. And just again, like, Falcom really doing, in my opinion, enjoyable political stories and stuff, because a lot of it's like, because sometimes, like, when it comes to political drama in some game stories, like, some people might just ignore it or go over their head, or it just be kind of like a background thing to just move the plot forward. But in this case, they really present it in a nice enough way so that you get invested into the events surrounding the entire continent, not just in the separate states or countries that you're in. as you go through the games up to this point, but you're interested in what goes on in like Erbonia, Calvard, Lehman State, the holy city of Arteria, Northern Ambria. Those are like a bunch of other areas that have been talked about so much. Well, some more than others. And yet we have seen nothing of. Like, I know this talk should be reserved for when the credit sequence is rolling, but I just want to let this off my chest. Like, the Trails games are truly a hidden gem of a JRPG series to me. Because, like, a lot of people like talking about a lot of the major JRPGs. Sorry for that, trying to fix something. No problem, Seraph. I'm just kind of getting a lot of, like, things off my chest about how much I'm praising Falcom and their work with the Trails games. Like, a lot of people, like, when it comes to JRPGs, you know, people, I mean, not to knock a lot of the game series, because they're all good in their own right. You know, you know, your SMT games, your Personas, your Dragon Quest, Final Fantasies, Romancing Saga. I guess Romancing Saga isn't as popular, if I can assume, compared to other games. Actually, well, I kind of wonder. I think Romancing Saga would be more niche, right? Or I'm just making assumptions here. But anyways, let's just talk about the more popular ones then. You know, Persona, Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, any other. Oh yeah, you know, Xenoblade. What other major JRPG series are there that, like, pretty much, like, most people would know just from, like, oh, bring up a JRPG to me, or a series to me. Oh yeah, you know, the Tales series, duh. Saga's very niche in the West. Yeah, I would assume it's probably more niche than Trails. Let me see. I think that's as far as my general knowledge of JRPG series go off the top of my head. But anyways, like, I really do wish more people would give Trails a chance. Although, to be fair, there is, like, room for a lot of complaints, depending on your JRPG preferences, or just game preferences in general. I mean, the big elephant in the room kind of being, if you really want to experience the Trail series, like, to its fullest, you 100% have to play from Trails in the Sky 1, and play in release order. Trails in the Sky 1 to the 3rd, the Crossbell games, and then Trails of Cold Steel's 1 to 4. Technically, if you want to ease in newer players, you could do Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2, and then go back. So, I mean, there's that too. That's a decent alternative. But but you cannot, if you want to understand the story and not get lost, you cannot proceed after Cold Steel 2. So that's kind of like the thing, the huge barrier of entry. I'm sorry. The huge barrier of entry that is, like, just the Trails catalog in general. I'm sorry, I just had to get that out there. I just, like, wait. A barrier of entry. Truly a daunting barrier to get over. Cause, like, you know, cause I like reading threads about people talking about the Trails games outside of the Falcom subreddit to get, like, more neutral opinions about it. But more often than not, I see a lot of negativity surrounding how hard it is to get into the series, or the slow-paced nature of Trails games. Because, you know, every Trails game has their slow start. Hell, the slow start is technically for like from the prologue to probably chapter 2 if you would like argue it. Although I don't really remember too much about the pacing, like since it's been such a long time since I played Trails in the Sky. But yeah, it's like, or if you want to look at it this way, like some people complain about Persona games having slow starts, right? With their long like tutorial sessions and how long it takes to get the game going. How about how long it takes to get the series going? Because Trails in the Sky 1, in the grand scheme of things, is the prologue to the rest of the series. So, because from the Trails in the Sky 1, it's for the most part like in its own little container, but then they keep leaking in other elements that like weave threads about the rest of the series onwards. So in a way, like, you know, how do I want to word this? Like as with Persona and its slow starts from like probably like the first, I don't know, dozen or more hours or however long it takes to get a Persona game going. Try having things get going by the end of the first game, and then you build off of that from the second game onwards. And that could put a lot of people off. Like, for me, like, I think, I'm not sure what started developing this interest, honestly. I think it might have been from me. Okay, honestly, I'm not sure where, like, to pinpoint it, if there is, like, a pinpoint start to this. But yeah, like, I think what really pushed it was, like, me, I guess, reading the Overlord light novels. Because, like, I love... Like, I think, like, especially with the Overlord light novels, I think it's what, like, really grew my love for world building and slower paced storytelling. Because, like, you know, it's always nice to have a story that kind of, like, short, sweet, to the point. But then I just love all that detail, like what everyone does around the main cast. Or also showing that the world doesn't revolve around the people that you're directly seeing all the time, but things are going in motion off screen all the time, or people that like you're introduced to have significant roles to play. Hell, at this point, like several games in, depending, or just like have, you know, just a significant presence, you know, Estelle and Joshua, as we've come to know and love them from Trails in the Sky, having their appearances and effects on the people and world around them up until this point, and probably onwards. Like, for me, I just love all this detail and just seeing how well fleshed out the characters, the world, the finer details down to the minor NPCs, you know, like how even with like the meme duo between oh god, what's the name again? No, I only remember the other duo in the restaurant. Okay, hold on, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's like that duo from the Burrow, like that one guy that just is in search for his soulmate and went on like a cross-country journey to find out his soulmate, all to basically find nothing. And joking, he's just like a running joke, and just like get shot down or become completely oblivious as to what certain girls or people would say as he tries to find his soulmate. And then after such events, hey, he's over here at Crossbell, still in his search for love. I'm like, dude, what the hell are you doing here? Like, even minor NPCs like that all have their own stories. Even if it's like, the world is ending around them. It's like, nah, I gotta go on a journey to find my girl. I don't know who this girl is, but I want to find her. I salute that man in his persistence. Whether or not he succeeds is another different story. I hope to see him in Urbonia when we do Cold Steel, but oh boy. Like, you know, just things like that. Even like the families that you see time and again, you know, from the Hayworths to like their very deep and tragic story with Ren, to that one family in the residential district whose father was a stock trader who ended up taking Gnosis and going crazy, and after making some poor financial decisions while under the influence, his family had to sell the house and move into a cheaper apartment housing in the East Street of Crossbell. And there, they strengthened their bond as a family since, you know, after all that crazy stuff, all they realize is that they have themselves, and they should cherish it. And they're just trying to just get by at this point, rebuild, start from zero, to live a happy life. And this is just a minor family that you've had some interactions with here and there via some subquests. And I can go on and on about the rest of the minor NPCs that we've encountered throughout the Trail series. Just, I've never seen a game in such a way, or another JRPG in such a way that goes to such lengths to provide stories for like even minor like NPC families to go on their own little journey. Like Final Fantasy, like all the NPCs are just there for, you know, they're rather static, or for the most part. But like, okay, I don't know much about Dragon Quest. I've never played a Dragon Quest. Persona, like, I mean, they mainly just focus on their Prime cast, which, you know, fair enough. You know, the Prime cast, the social links, but then all the generic NPCs, they're all like silhouettes, I believe. And they're just kind of there to provide just kind of like the general feel of the general public and stuff as you walk around, or at least with regards to Persona 5. There are some like NPCs and stuff with like Persona 4 and 3 and all that stuff as well. But with some of those people, like, they don't go, what was it? At least like from the time I've played Persona 3 and a bit of Persona 4, their level of detail isn't as deep as what Falcom does for the various NPCs in the Trails games from the first to now. So yeah, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. But anyways, yeah, I just really love the Trail series. Like, this level of detail and care, second to none in any other JRPG I've ever played personally. And I really wonder just how much of this game they plotted out. Because with every sub-series, as in, you know, Trails in the Sky, the Crossbell games, Cold Steel, Hajimari, so on and so forth, you know, like with the big finale to basically all of these arcs, there's basically like some huge big thing, I forget what's it called, like the Treasure of Idios, you know, like with the Oriole in Trails in the Sky, and the Azure Tree, although that's kind of man-made for this game. Like, each one of these plays a significant role into the grander scheme of the Trails series as a whole. So you have like your main story and other bits in your contained games, and then there's this, all the stuff within the sub-series in general, and then there's the things that just feed into like just the giant boiling pot that is like all the plot elements, details, and other things that are just going on in the Trails series. So then just like how much more like can they keep adding and just keep cooking, like basically like as the series develops. It's crazy when you think about it. Like, you know, I think I already said this, like, you know, stuff in the first game, like, still has, like, huge, like, or at least, like, a significant enough impact or presence that, is still there even now, although I guess less so given current events right now, so I guess that point is slightly moot. But yeah, the fact that, like, the influence of certain things that went down in Trails in the Sky are still felt up until this game, 5 games in, really shows you how much more there's still left to see in the Trails series. And I know this is gonna be one of the longest video game journeys of my life, but I'll see to it until the end. In my eyes, or at least as far as we know, Falcom can really do no wrong with the Trail series if they keep up this level of quality. Because goddamn, this is something else, and that's just putting it lightly. But anyways, that's like my whole like little thing about just me gushing about the Trail series in general. Anyways, I know, like, I've already said this again and again with how much I just love this series, but I just can't say it enough. But anyways, I think that'll be it for Trails for tonight. What was it? I will do the final Crossbell sweep, which would probably be a stream in and of itself, so I would not expect the finale, or the final dungeon, I mean, to be tomorrow night. The night after should be the actual finale, and as usual, I would assume the stream would go to 6 to 8 hours, maybe 10, depending on how bad it is. We'll have to see. I might be over-prepared enough to be able to chew through it, but we'll have to see how the ending's paced out. But anyways, that'll be it for Trails tonight.